All right. Hey, welcome in. We're cutting out some little laser engraved Turkish spindles. Let me kill my echo here. There we go. A little better. See if I can zoom in a little bit. So how you guys doing? Having a great day? So these are hard maple. I do have some cherry ones as well, but I'm starting out with the hard maple. A little bit harder to cut. So we're just taking our time, letting the blade do the work. There we go. So these are Turkish spindles, and I laser engraved the Turkish march on this one. So we're going to cut out a mortise. Hey, how's it going? 5? Hello. I don't even know where to start. You doing good? Awesome. Good to hear. I am doing well as well. I have to make it a little bit bigger. With all the laser engraving, it kind of muddies up my lines a little bit. Not a big deal. Go a little bit more. All right, now I got everything. All right, so I'm going to put it in here. And this is just a rat tail bastard file. It is 1/4 of an inch. So if I could put it in both directions, I know those holes are centered. Oh, thank you for subscribing and liking. Much appreciated. Hey Hans, how's it going? So the arms are cut out and then it's ready for sanding and balancing. Yep, I'm going to be doing a 7-month review on this saw. Hopefully I'll get recorded this weekend. I'm trying to get back into back into the swing of things. I've been kind of caught up, kind of sucked into the whole political thing right now, and it's time to take a break from that and get back to work. So I'm using a number 7 blade, which should be plenty for this. I'm having a little rough going with it, so this is a Niqua blade, so this is a Flying Dutchman blade. I'm probably going to swap it out for an Olsen Mach Speed. They're a little bit more aggressive. Or I could just start cutting out the cherry ones. This blade would be perfect for cherry, just not hard maple. I appreciate it. Do you have a cat? Yeah, that's Luna in my picture there. She's now a year old, and she lost a lot of her orange. She still has orange in her, but when she was a kitten, she was much oranger than she is now. And then I have another black and gray tabby. His name is Jordy. He's like 15 pounds. So we only have 2 cats. At one point in time, we had like 5. So they're at home. I have a separate workshop. So otherwise I'd go grab them for you. You have 2 dogs and they're gray and white? Nice. I love dogs. I just love other people's dogs. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I tried bringing Luna here one time, and I figured she'd be okay because she was feral. And she was not happy here. Zuko and Zazu. Very nice. All right, I think we're gonna just do a cherry one now, just for my own sanity. Hello, Arsa. 3-in-1. So you got quite a few years of them there. Yeah, I think I'm going to switch to an Olsen blade just to make my life a little bit easier. Oh, now we're cooking with gas. Nope, this is not a spiral blade. This is a number 7 Mach Speed Olsen blade. It's a modified geometry blade. It's like a skip tooth. Be careful, right? Well, the good news is Skirl saws give you Band-Aid cuts. So, worst case scenario, I'd have to go get a Band-Aid. Hey Ray, how's it going? So we are making Turkish drop spindles. These are used to spin yarn with. So you have these two arms, and then you have a shaft that goes through, and then you spin the spindle, which puts twist into your fiber, which creates yarn. Little biohazard symbol on that one. So this one is 5/8 inch thick cherry, which would be about, what, 15 mil? $17 mil, somewhere in there. How many millimeters are in 5/8 of an inch? 15.88, so it's pretty close. Yeah, it's been a while since they've been on. How's it going, Keith? Yeah, I've been like super busy. But it's time to get back and start getting videos made again. I just threw away the part I needed. Seems like a pretty typical thing. Is it Arzo? Hello. Yeah, so this weekend I'll be recording a 7-month review on this saw, and probably change out to the Pegasus chucks that I have, and then I will probably, somebody asked if I could demonstrate how to lubricate the tilting mechanism on here, so I'll probably throw that in that video as well. Not that I've tilted the saw. Daryl, how's it going? Hey, viral animals, welcome in. So today we're working on some Turkish drop spindles. They're made out of cherry and maple. This one is cherry. So this is one of the spindles that I laser engrave and then cut out with the scroll saw. So. Hello, PR. How's Kumar doing today? So I picked up another spinning wheel yesterday, in need of a lot of work. But now I have Frank Frell wheels, or Mayville wheels. They were made about 30 miles away from me, so they're pretty easy to find around here. And they were made from the Civil War till I think the 40s. So there's quite a few of them out there. So I've been kind of collecting some broken ones, and I'm gonna piece a few together, and then I'll be able to sell the spinning wheels relatively inexpensively for people just starting out. So. Oh yeah, so I actually have the cut lines laser engraved onto the spindle already. Which does save some time. I'm going to say hi, Ab. Hopefully that works. Welcome in. Feels good to be set up in my little recording corner. So yeah. Some triquatros on this one. And they look much better once they're sanded. And then next up we have some anglerfish. It helps if you hold the wood down. So what happened was, this blade has reverse teeth on it. So when you cut it, you get a cleaner bottom. So it doesn't just tear the bottom out. So what happened was it got caught in one of the upper teeth and jumped a little bit. Hello. Is it Prakash? Here we go. Next one up, we have some trilobites. And like I said, they look way better once they're sanded. Hey, Jose, how's it going? So we're having a nice warm day here in Wisconsin. It's 77 degrees right now with a high of 85, which is perfect. What? I can't. What?
Yeah, and I'm wearing a sweatshirt.
And you're wearing a sweatshirt, and I'm like
I'm cold.
thinking, why am I live streaming? So I have to wear a shirt. Hey Herbert, how are you?
Like, I just put my sweatshirt on. I'm like, it's cold.
Oh, you say so.
I'm cold. I'm hoping I'm not coming down with something.
Right. I hope you don't get what I had. That sucked. I was sick like all weekend from Friday to Monday. Ugh. Got to mark the top. So early in the stream, I was talking about how I'm going to be doing a review on the saw and then switching the chucks out. There is nothing. This is the Bauer. This is the Harbor Freight swirl saw, which is basically the same saw as the new Rikon. I believe they're coming out of the same factory. They look almost identical. When I bought mine, this was $250, and then Rikons are $550. They do have a little dust collection, but that's about it. Hey, how's it going, Sister Maid? You're not missing anything. I'm just cutting out these spindles that I have little images laser engraved on. Honey, what's the model?
Apex?
Yeah. These are Apex. Sometimes, I tell you. What's that? That's true. Hey, can you pull the purple Nitty Natty off the A1 Mini and hit reprint? Yep. So you can see that it's already got a crescent shape into it. So this spindle comes underneath the like the cutout spindles are so big that the crescent shape, I have this much material left, so I can actually make another spindle out of that waste material. So I can either do these, I can make a single arm for the deco, or mini gliders also fit on these. Okay. Yeah, so the A1 Mini is just big enough to print half of a Nitty Natty. This is a 1 yard Nitty Natty that we're printing. So I have 4 printers running right now. I had 5 this morning. So basically, I'm forcing myself to make a YouTube video this week. And in order to make sure I do, I came over to my my little filming area. And I have all the cameras set up. And they're all working, so all I have to do is, launch the program and hit record. So we'll see how that works. And then next week, with the Snyder Spindle account, I'm going to set up, and me and Vicky are going to live stream from the shop, which we haven't done yet. And we've been here 8 months. Vicky doesn't like being on camera very often, so. Next up we have bats. Now you can see the exhaust is blowing that direction, so you can see it's blowing that smoke and soot that way. You could clean that off with alcohol, but since we have to sand it anyway, we good. You're still recovering, so you haven't been in your shop for a couple months? Oh, I hear ya. Trying to adjust my meals, low sodium, low sugar, no red meat. Wheat-free diet, yeah. I hear ya. Food restrictions suck. I never wanted a grapefruit until I was told I can't have grapefruit. So I brought home another Mayville Frank Frell spinning wheel yesterday. I found it in Oshkosh, which is like basically the next town north. So it's like 25 miles away. So it's got a lot of damage, but it was 35 bucks. So now I've got 5 of them all in different states of repair. So eventually I'm gonna have to go into bobbin mode and just pump out bobbins for those wheels. Right? And we know it's in our own best interest, but it doesn't matter. Hi, Christina. How's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. We'll see. We'll see what time it is and how motivated I am when I get there. There we go. It's got bats on it. Experiment, how's it going? Driss, welcome in. I might not get to the bobbins for another month. But I think I decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to make bushings out of nylon rather than trying to put leather in there or whatever. Hey, Jose. I'm going to 3D print some nylon bushings for the bobbins. Murda, how's it going? Right. So yeah, I'm thinking more of so the bushings will probably be more like this. So, the bobbin will be here. Rather than having them, try to sit flush, I'm going to have them sit proud a little bit, so you can just push them in. So more of like more similar to a kind of a spinolution bobbin than an Ashford bobbin, where it'd be more set in, so it's more flat. But we'll see. Remember, grab life by the ovaries. Hey Z, how's it going? Well, it would just be a standard old Saxony flyer. I mean, they're right above me. I'm looking up. Yeah. They're the old bobbins where they have more of a mushroom kind of shape to them. Just here. There's 3 of them there, 4 of them, and you can see a 5th one in the back there, and there's a couple more up there. But yeah, just that style bobbin. You know, I think I want to make most of them out of wood, but I could 3D print some as well. So the ones in the best shape. Well, you know, it all depends on, you know, the shape of the flyer, you know, what'll fit in there. So the better shape ones will get wooden bobbins, and maybe the ones that are kind of beat all to hell, I'll just put 3D printed bobbins on there. And I have to make lazy Kates for them yet, also. Hey Z. So it's gonna take some time. So the idea between restoring these wheels, um, you know, the best one I'm going to keep for myself, of course, but it's to get people spinning and have them, you know, functional, so they know they'll at least work. Hey, Jan. So right now we're cutting out cherry. We have a bunch of maple in here too, but we'll get the cherry going for today. Yeah. I always feel weird about, you know, showing me making these because they, you know, need sanding. I'm good. Thanks for asking, Jim. Finally starting to feel like myself again. Came down with a stomach bug. It was just not good. And did I just hear woohoo? Just got her earplugs in. Right? Some sick guy. Yeah, and of course I just knocked my file onto the ground. So we'll see about giving me that in a minute. All right. Now I gotta try to try to figure out what that language is. Why is Polish not a? Hey, how's it going, YT? Maybe if I just use Google. Ah, it's Czech. No wonder. I really like your machine, but I don't have it, and I'm getting ready to make one. All right, very good. Yeah, I just love the scroll saw. I've been using one since 1987. Just grabbing my file. Hello, 24. So this one just gives me a 1970s, mid-1970s vibe. I don't know why. Well, probably because of the stars. Santos, how's it going? All right, we got another one with the Turkish march on it. Was it Turco Rondo? Dane, how's it going? Welcome in. Some brontosauruses. Is it Zaddy? Welcome in. Yep, so we're just kind of chilling out today. Just cutting out some spindles on the scroll saw. Hello. Oh. So let me grab one. I made a new low whirl. Well, I got commissioned to make some of these and kind of fell in love with them. So, these spin super nice. The shafts are hard maple on these. Normally on this style of spindle I use poplar, but with that hook, with the taper, I went with hard maple on these. But yeah, they spin real nice. And they have weights. So it's been for a pretty long time. Hey! All right. We're going to take you for a walk. We're going to come over to the 3D print. So these are nitty knotties for making a hank. These are 1 yard nitty knotties. These are actually glow in the dark. It's pretty neat. Here we're going to print again. We're going to make some yellow ones. Because, yeah. All right. We're making a dragon in here. We got a single nitty knotty here. And then we got a bunch of little sheep that I give away over here. If you guys are talking, I can't see you right now. For some reason, the phone stops showing the chat. So, not sure what's up with that. So I'm just gonna scrape these skirts off. So this roll is almost out, and that's when I start printing just little sheep out of it so it doesn't go to waste. We do have a Vicky sighting. She's laying out patterns right now. We'll get back here and let's see what we missed. Hi, how's it going? Welcome in. So I'm kind of taking my time today. Oh, I got to show you one more thing. I got to show you the table with spindles that needs to be sanded. So, this is what's coming up next. So these are all laminated spindles. So this doesn't look like much now, but once it's Paduke and walnut, but once that gets sanded and a finish gets put on it, it's just going to be gorgeous. And then all the different wood types are listed in there. So yeah, that's the next couple weeks right there. All right. I will leave the phone on the holder so it won't look like we're doing a monkey cam. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Trying to use up all the small thin pieces of wood we have, and that's why I'm making all those laminated spindles. I keep the exotic woods. Obviously I'm not going to throw them away, and then I make other things with them. Probably got like 8 years worth of small exotic wood pieces being used up. So I need to make some sort of briquette press. Because I want to take my wood chips from the dust collector and make them into logs. I just mixed it with, I mixed a bunch with wax and those little Dixie cups that you use in the bathroom with the dispenser. And mix that with the wood chips, and those make great fire starters, but I want to start making some bigger ones. Hello, Dominic. And I'm just going to say P. How's it going? All right, now we're to the maple. Some trilobites. You wonder if you use the style of cooking oil could be used in those shifts for scoopable fire starters. Well, you could burn, wood chips. Yeah, because my dust collector is mainly, little wood chips. It's got this fine stuff in too, but not a lot. But yeah, oil will burn nice. I mean, wax works fine too. I took one of those Danish cookie tins that you're supposed to keep your buttons in and all your findings. And I lined that with parchment paper and then did the wax. So I've got like a puck-shaped log. But yeah, I kind of want to see if I can get away from the wax. Hello, 32. How you doing today? So let's see. Sister Maid said, I'm always trying not to waste by using things that I would end up in landfill as alternatives to something that I'd rather use otherwise. Exactly. It's just, I don't want to throw stuff in the garbage if I don't have to. I burn all this little stuff. Oh, I'm doing good. I'm starting to feel human again. I got sick over the weekend, but I think I'm getting better. So today we are making smaller Turkish spindles that have laser engraving on them. It's got little bunny rabbits on them. Yeah. Unfortunately, my life tends to be pretty much spindle oriented for these live streams because I'm doing production. So I would be doing this regardless. You guys are just hanging out with me, which I appreciate. Yeah, I think for the majority of this stream, I think for all this stream, it's basically going to be hanging out here on the scroll saw. Because I use my computer to be able to see what's going on. So I have my computer desk rolled way over to one side, so I can't see the monitor. The HDMI cable won't reach. We got some more Brontos. And now we're doing hard maple now. Hello. How's it going, Gone? So, Sister Mate said that's the cool part. I'm watching with amazement on how big your production runs are. You run, scratch that, you turn circles around me. Well, honestly, we have to. You know, this is our full-time business, and, you know, we have a commercial space we have to pay for. So. I'm going to swap the blades out. Alright, these are the ultra reverse. I'm going to skip those. I'm going to go to the Mach Speed blades. You're going to leave, but you like to subscribe. Awesome. Thank you, 32. You know, and we're also getting ready, you know, for show season too. You know, once September hits, you know, we have Wisconsin Sheep and Wool. Then we have the Texas show, the DFW show, Dallas Fort Worth, and then a few weeks after that we have SAF in North Carolina. So we're gonna be running around. I should have live streamed yesterday. I was making Russians. Let me grab some. Oh, you already listened. So yeah, I was making these yesterday. All right, let's see. Yeah, it went pretty good. Hey Mario, give me a second here. $73.51 in the distance. Excuse me. What is the name of the machine being used? This is it's a scroll saw. Give me 1 second here. And I'm trying. I hope that works. All right. So a couple times a week, like 3 times a week, we have a little public library down the street, and they have one of those little libraries, those little doors that you put things in for people, you know, who are less fortunate, food, feminine products, that sort of thing. And yeah, usually about 3 times a week, I'll take a little 3D printed toy, something like this, and I'll put it in there. And they typically last, you know, now that it's summer, they'll be taken out within, you know, a couple hours. But I put a red T-Rex in there this morning, and I just saw a little girl skipping down the street, just having a red one of these in her hands, just staring at it. I don't know, she's probably 5, maybe. Regardless, I made her day, which is awesome. Just warms my heart. I was always worried that, you know, there was a little old lady that just had like 30 3D printed toys in her house. Every time she walks by, she grabs it. Yeah, just, and then I put a pink hippo in there months ago, and a little girl left a post-it note in there thanking me, which I thought was sweet. So I got that hung up on the wall. Exactly. I mean, for a few years, you know, these sold really well at shows. It looks like they're crocheted or knitted. And You know, they started backing off, so I got a bunch of them. I don't mind giving them away. That's the wonkiest line I've ever drawn. They fix that. Hello, Jose. How's it going? So, we have a biohazard one here. Here a little closer. Tell that's a really, really nice finish coming off that blade. Hey, Antonio, how's it going? Hey, Francesca. Welcome in. So if you guys are just joining us, we are cutting out Turkish drop spindles that are used to spin yarn with. I am on a scroll saw. This is a Bauer. This is a Bauer 22-inch scroll saw. This is from Harbor Freight. So we've been running it through its paces. Yeah, for the price, it's a pretty nice saw. Abbas, how's it going? I don't know if that's right or not. I try. Hello, welcome in. After this one, we'll sneak over and we'll force Vicky into demonstrating her sanding techniques. And I have to pull something off one of the 3D printers as well, so we get that going. Could actually do that. Oh! Go check out the Sanding Diva. I'll pull off the 3D print first. And like I said, I can't see the chat right now. Hi, honey. So she's got her headphones in and she's watching TV on her phone. Ooh, it's Angela Lansbury. So this is a sander that I took apart and put a Jacob's chuck on so that we can use flap wheels. So that sander originally looked like this sander. So it's basically just a variable speed motor in there. Prior to building that, she was using this. This my grandfather built, I don't know when. My grandfather was a carver. But yeah, I remember using this in the 1980s, and it's still kicking. But it's not variable speed, and it runs a little fast, but yeah, what can you do? Look what I found. Yeah, she was doing some Osage orange. Got a batch of those. The mill hasn't had Osage for like a year, and they finally got some in, so. Got some camelids on these. You want to call them llamas? That's fine. If you want to call them alpaca, I'm good with that too. Yeah, so Vicky will either be watching Murder, She Wrote or Charmed. Those are like her two shows that she can just put on for background noise all the time.
I'm not sure how we managed this.
Holy crap! What was this? Look at this.
Barely used, that's amazing.
They stopped making these wheels like 5 years ago. So we've been taking them and cutting them down to good sandpaper and using them. This thing is almost new. That's amazing. We did find a replacement source. They're off Amazon. They're not as good, but what are you going to do? I mean, they're bigger. They don't wear as well, but... So 3M still makes flap wheels, very similar to that, but they're more marketed towards welding. And where those were like $5 each, the welding ones, I think they want like $20 per wheel. So 3M tends to stop making things I use. They made this plastic kind of rubbery sandpaper, and it was amazing for wood turning. It worked so well, And yeah, they got rid of it. Also about 5-6 years ago. So when they discontinued it, like Fleet Farm and Menards all clearanced it. So I drove all over the place, like probably in a 50-mile radius to get it. You got some of those you don't like if so they're in a crate? There's as far as the flap wheels go, we tried several different ones before we settled on the ones we get now. Some of them I just hate. They don't wear very well. Probably 15 years old, right? Yeah, I just didn't get into the mops, sanding mops. I'm having a rough day today with this maple. I will hold it down. I'm thinking the only 3M disposable product I use right now is Super 77, and I know they're not going to get rid of that. Use the mops. Only one brand, the others can't cut it for your liking. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have those angle grinder sanders. Yeah, they work. They're not my favorite, but what are you gonna do? Then we have stars. So I do have some super sharp blades made by, is it PS Woods? They do a good job, but they have a very big kerf to them. And since both of the arms are coming out of the same piece of wood, I don't want that big kerf taking away from that arm. Hello! Welcome in. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Or anything you'd like to talk about, as long as it's not religion, politics. I'm pretty much open. Got some bats. Yeah, so this is 5/8 inch thick hard maple. So it's almost 16 millimeters thick. Most of my smaller spindles are a 1/2 inch thick. But with these being, that extra 1/8 inch of thickness, it does add a little bit of extra weight, so they do spin a little bit longer when they're empty. So I am listening to music. Unfortunately, YouTube will not let me share with you because I don't own the music, which I totally understand. So right now I have the Cranberries in my head. How many spindle sizes do you do? Oh God. Most of them are 3 sizes, where we'll have a mini, a medium, and a full size. But there's a lot of different types of spindles, different shapes, that only have 1 size. Like there's only 1 size for the apex, and it's a smaller spindle. But yeah, there's quite a bit. That's the mini. That's the smallest spindle I make. And as far as Turkish goes, there's the plying. So, quite a bit of difference in the size. But yeah, as far as the plying goes, there's just this one size, this shape. This is my plying spindle. You know, I'll make it out of different woods, but how do you decide what to name your sizes? Yeah. A lot of it is, as far as the names go, you know, the glider is the kind of, like the plying spindle's a huge glider. You know, that name just, I don't know. I look at it and come up with something. You know, these are the apex because they're the best. The deco ones are very art deco looking. Yeah, and the crescent shape ones are just Turkish. So we got mini for those, and then the medium is called a Reekhoff, which is Dutch for fawn. It's like a baby deer. And then the full size is just the standard. So yeah, I'm Dutch. So, Dutch and German. Who am I kidding? I'm a European mutt. Sometimes we'll ask the community for the name of something. We've done that before. And when I'm not streaming, normally I will have a magnifier on, sitting right here. Just so it's less of a strain to follow the lines. And that's on a separate stand, so I can smooth that around. How many spindle sizes do I do? I already answered. Yeah. I'm just reading. I just learned to read. You know, and the top whirls. Hey, how's it going? Hey, like the top whirls, I usually just have a standard and a lightweight size, or a heavier weight, a heavyweight. So yeah, the top whirls only have 2 sizes, where most of the Turkish have 3. All right. Look at that beautiful girl, huh? So as far as the anglerfish goes, I realize they can be like the size of footballs. But there was a video of one coming to the surface. It was dying. And there was a scuba diver that was filming it and getting it all in the frame. And when he got to the top, they cut to another person filming it. It was like that big. It was like the size of like smaller than a baseball. Hey, how's it going, Roy? Yeah, so the anglerfish, these are all the girls. The boys are very, very tiny, and they're almost like a parasite. They will kind of just attach to the female because there's limited resources at the bottom of the ocean. They couldn't find a male for a long time. Took them a long time to realize that the parasite on them was actually the male of the species. It's a different world in the ocean. Hello. Kind of like there's octopus or octopi that during mating season they will rip off their genitalia and throw it at the female. Here you go. So yeah, for the laser engraving on these, I used a X-Tool F1. So that's a Galvo laser. Yeah, Ivan, how's it going? So I use the blue lasers, so it's a blue diode. So the Galvo, it's a galvanometer. So it has, if you look at it, you put your product down, and then there's one lens on the top. And above the lens, there's two mirrors in both axes that turn independently. So the laser beam hits those mirrors, and it goes through the lens. So it looks like it's dancing around. So it's like that. Where like my S1 is also a diode laser, but it has a gantry. So the laser head is on this gantry and it moves around. So it's straight down and there's no mirrors. It's just straight down onto the product. Yes. It's got a blue and then it's got an infrared, an IR laser in it. So the blue you use for wood. The infrared you'd use like to mark on metal. Yeah, we can walk over and look at it. And then I also have a CO laser. So I can't see the chat, so I'm going to do a quick walkthrough. So this is a CO2 laser. So this big laser tube spits a laser out. So the laser beam hits a mirror. Actually, it hits a mirror here. It's going through a combiner. So there's a little red, just a little red dot that combines with that, so you can see where you are burning. So it hits that mirror, hits a mirror here, hits a mirror here, and goes down to a lens, and then burns down here. So this is water cooled. And then this is the S1. So this has a 40 watt laser right here. So there's no mirrors, it's just this laser here. So yeah. So that's a diode laser. And then this is the F1. Hey, look, I missed one. Yeah, so that does have a red and a blue. Well, it's for alignment purposes for getting it on there. And then the IR laser you can't see. So yeah, so if you look up there, there's a single lens. So you can set up a jig, and then the center will always be in the same spot. So I can just keep putting different pieces in here and laser engraving. And that's controlled. I'm using their program. I'm not using I can't think of the other program. This is their program. Works good. It's a picture of me on the beach. Alright, let's see if I missed anything. Well, the red dot is for aligning. The infrared, you can't see. It's just clear. It's invisible. Yeah, the CO2 is invisible as well. And that's why you have a little LED that... Yeah, you can actually buy that. You can buy the F1 that doesn't have the infrared. It just has the Blu-ray in it. Hey, Neville. Oils. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, but it's like, I want to say the IR is like 5 watts, so it takes quite a bit of time to mark on metal. Yeah, I actually, do my name, and then I laser on the weight in ounces and in grams on the bottoms. And the wood type, I put that on the bottom of the spindles now as well. Let me grab one. I didn't grab the best example. This one is holly and ebony. So on the bottom, my name, holly and ebony, and then the weight in ounces and in grams. It's pretty. Alright, I'm in. Right. Yep, that's perfect. That's what they're for, you know. You know, and then I'll use the 40 watt to cut out whirls for my top whirls. But you know, those are like sub $30 spindles. Hello. Hey, Lynn. Oh, I'm cheating. I'm using translation on my phone. Trying. So there we go. Ni hao. I don't know any Chinese except for ni hao. Yeah, I have to get a hold of the company that makes my my shaft blanks. Put in an order, and they usually send me a tracking order pretty quick. But it's been over a week and I haven't heard from them, so I'm trying not to use up all the wood I have right now for that. Yeah, the F holes. Yeah, I like the F holes. So the larger wooden cutouts that I make, you know, they're more crescent shaped, so they kind of more mimic a cello. Yeah. Hello. And how was Aziz today? Hey Mimi, how's it going? This one has triquatros on. I'm gonna have to go dig up something else to cut out. I think this is the last one. I'm not ready to be done though. That's a first. I know I got some minis I can cut out. Hey Alan. Oh. It is such a beautiful day in Wisconsin. It's 79 degrees and sunny. My workshop does not have air conditioning, but it's got like, what, 12-foot ceilings, so that helps. I have the door open from the basement, and the back rooms are open that don't have heat. Quentin, how's it going? And Vicky's wearing a sweatshirt. I'd probably not have a shirt on right now if I wasn't streaming. That's really why you get your own personal space. You get your own workspace so you don't have to wear a shirt. Yeah. I definitely came from the scroll saw world before I got into the fiber arts world. Alright, let me go get some more to cut out. Back up here. So I store them on these sticks so they stay together. And then my benches have holes in. So I'm going to go put these on the lathe and I'll bring back some more to cut out. Oh, that's a great view. Well, it's just about keeping them together. You know, you don't want to lose an arm. You know, because all the arms, you know, I'm making out of the same piece of wood. And then for over here, I just took a 2x4, drilled a bunch of holes in. And then you can set these in there. Feel free to use that. I used to hang them off like string, but then it was a big pain in the butt to get them off. So these are standards. These are also hard maple. I only got 2 of them, and then I got some other stuff. So. So these are just dowels. I think got them at Menards. And then I just use scrap wood. So that's like the inner part of my top whorls. I just leave it on there. And there's a lot of times when I have, you know, a specific piece of wood. And let's say I can get 10 spindles out of it, but, you know, I don't need 10 of them in the store. So I could just cut the outsides out, pretend that's cut out, and then just stack a whole bunch that are cut out, that aren't sanded, and then I have a rack that I keep them in. So, yeah. So I have stuff that's cut out that I know I'm not going to use right away, but I can store it this way, and nothing bad's going to happen. It's sad I have to look at my watch to realize what day it is. It's hump day. good. Yeah, I tend to do a lot of production work. You know, I rarely make one spindle from start to finish in one sitting. Everybody's having a wonderful week. Indeed. Yeah, this maple is super, super hard. It's good stuff. So yeah, at the mill I get this is their white maple. So this is the highest grade maple they carry. What type of hard maple it is, I have no idea. They just have it as hard maple. Hello! How's it going, Maria? Yeah, so the standards are the least expensive full-size spindles I made. So if you buy a spinning kit, you're going to get one of these. They're a good spindle. They're just less expensive because they're domestic woods rather than exotic woods. We're gonna run over to the printers. Gotta switch stuff over again. So this is my life. This is make some spindles, work on the printer, make some spindles, take stuff off the printer. And like I've said multiple times, I cannot see the chat when I'm out and about. Here's a pair of PLA yellow nitty knotting. Then we have some more yellow up there, so we'll print again. Gotta make sure we're in slot 4. In an hour, we should have another set. Dragon's coming along just fine. It's got a little blue streak. I've got about 3.5 hours left on that. Come over to the A1 Mini. We get one purple arm off of that. We've got some more filament, so we're going to repeat, print, and then it'll do its thing. So this is a King Rune printer that is probably 4 or 5 years old. They no longer sell this model in the US. When I bought it, I think it was like $200. So it's a relatively cheap printer. But it's kind of like my Creality that I'm not running right now. I was running this morning, where they're an older printer, but I have them dialed in. So this one needs a little bit of the magic juice. This plate is just getting old. So I use it to, when I start running out of filament, I'll use these older printers to make little sheep or little toys that I can, give away at shows. No step. Oh. So I'm back. Hey guys, welcome in. German and Kate, welcome in. Hello, Khan. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, this is a deco, very Art Deco looking. So this is maple. So these have internal cutouts to make them lighter. Good rule of thumb, the lighter the spindle, the thinner the yarn. So if you can get some of the weight off it, it's not gonna, you know, you fit more yarn on it. Well, it does have a different feel to it, but yeah, it spins like a much smaller spindle. It feels very sprite. So you got two different arms here. So this spindle was originally designed to be 3D printed, and I do have 3D printed. I do 3D print them, but so the whole design aspect was from a 3D printing standpoint, not from cutting it out on the scroll saw. That's why there's a lot of, you know, straight lines. Straight lines are hard to cut in the scroll saw. Hello, 244. Hey, C, how's it going? These are kind of fun because you can see the inside of the top when you're spinning it. So you can see what the inside of the spindle looks like. So like I was saying, straight lines are hard to cut on the scroll saw. That's why this large straight line on the bottom here is on the bottom of the piece of wood. So I sand that flush before we put the pattern down, so I don't have to worry about trying to cut that in a straight line. It's not like straight lines are impossible. It's just they're just not fun. So that was the machined bottom, and that was what I just cut out on the scroll saw. So it's not bad. Right? At least one person was impressed. One person who uses a scroll saw. It's just practice, lots and lots and lots of practice. Hey, RDN, how's it going? So, some of you might be thinking when I cut out these inner pieces, these mortises, why don't I just cut it out like going around the edge and just cutting it square, so going burp, 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 and round. Well, if I do that, if I make this corner, it's not going to be square. If I go around the corner, it's going to be rounded over. And I want those to be nice, 90 degree. So I'll come over here, come up to the line, stop, come back, and come in from the other side. So now I have a nice crisp corner. It proves that it wasn't made on a CNC machine, because the CNC machine would leave a rounded corner, and if it was cut on the laser, it would be dark. It would be burned. So I don't have any lasers capable of cutting 5/8 inch material. Hey, how's it going? Ooh, I could use my Hey, Eric. What is up with that? There we go. Hello. Is it Pronin? Valentin? Hello. What is this piece? Is what RDN is asking. These are spindles for making yarn. Kind of like a charka. Let's see if we fit. Of course we don't. I was doing so good. So we'll come back and cut a little more off. It's always better to have it tight than too loose. Because we can always take more material off. Putting material back on is a little trickier. So we're okay. Okay. We're okay horizontally. Now we just got to do vertically. Oh, it's so good to be back in the shop. There we go. Yep, so by doing this, we're cutting the weight in about, not quite half, but pretty close. Hey, how's it going, Francisco? Oh, I missed it. My big opportunity to say trivia to my Drew. Dang it. I think we're going to start cutting out a couple minis. These are mini gliders. So I do have a drill press right next to us. I have it on a foot pedal. And this is hard maple as well. So you gotta let the saw do the work. If you start forcing it, you're gonna start not cutting square. Because the blade is really thin, and you can actually torque the blade, which isn't really what you want, not in this circumstance. I think I'm going to replace the lock line on the saw as well. Well, this is... I don't know what the generic is. Let's see. 9586, how's it going? So, let's see how we did. Am I drunk? Yeah, a little bit. So, a little forcing there. Try it again. Let me grab a different blade. So we're going to go down to a number 5 blade. These are the super sharps. So these are made by PS Wood Machines. So these are more like a bandsaw blade. Hey Victor, how's it going? Where the teeth are bent out. So this is cherry. That's perfect. Mucho better. So I'm just going to cut a little T here. So this is like a jigsaw puzzle. Now if I bring it through, and then bring it in from the other side, you know we're cutting square. Hello. So the nice thing about this style of saw, the table doesn't tilt. The saw itself tilts around the table. So there's a rack and pinion on the bottom, and the whole arm will go back and forth. The nice thing about that style is it doesn't go out of square very easy. The ones that have the table that tilt back and forth, every time you lean on it, set something down on it, you have a much higher chance of knocking it out of square. in my personal experience. Where if I was on like a Delta or a DeWalt, I'd be checking square every time I sat down, just to be on the safe side. Where this style, you know, check it once in a while. But not nearly as much. Yep, so the minis come with a 6-inch shaft. And yeah, they spin nice. You know, this isn't sanded or balanced, but you know, it's pretty good. So these come in both 1/2 inch and 5/8 inch. Depending if you want to get a little extra weight out of them. So after we're done cutting this out, I'll show you my little recording setup over here, what it entails. So as far as my recording setups go, the content that I make, my recorded content, the projects are usually geared toward people starting out or intermediate. So I set up this area here with basically like Harbor Freight tools. I got a Harbor Freight saw and a Harbor Freight drill. Like if you're just starting out and you want to buy something new rather than buying some used stuff on Marketplace, because you can get burned on Marketplace pretty easy. Where you buy a saw and everything seems to be fine, and it runs for like a month and then dies. Huh. Had it happen to me several times. So does the saw come with options like a light attached above? It does not. There's no dust collection, no light. No plug for a light. But, you know, my Pegasus doesn't have a light either. So. I know you can get them for DeWalt. I haven't checked the price of this in a while. You know, I bought it, you know, about 7 months ago, a little over 7 months ago. I bought this on Halloween. Normally I write the date on the tool when I get it. Since I bought it on Halloween, I think I'll remember. So I don't have an air compressor in the shop. In this section of the shop, there's no piping for an air compressor. Over by my lathe, there is piping for an air compressor. But I don't have one, so. All right. So yeah, here's just a little setup in the corner. So that computer's on wheels. It usually lives right here, and then I have a monitor right by the Pegasus scroll saw. But getting back to here, I got rid of the metal stand that I bought for this. It just this saw does have some vibration when you get to the upper speeds. So it goes to 11. You don't turn it to 11, you turn it to 8 and it's fine. So yeah, I built some 2x4 stands. And then the drill press, also a little 2x4 stand. As far as turning the saws on and off, I got some foot pedals. So this one is power maintained. So if I want to turn the saw on, I put the blade back in. Can I do it one-handed? No. Alright, I'm just going to set you down for a second. Look how beautiful that table is. It's beautiful. Alright. So the right one is power maintained. So if you step on it, turns the saw on, step on it again, and it'll shut it off. The one next to it is a dead man, and I have it hooked up to the drill. So if I step on it, it turns the drill on, but the second I take my foot off, it shuts it off. And I also built a little stand for it. It's on a little table to bring it up, so when I'm sitting up here, this is at a standing height for me. It's a little low, but I can do the standing up. But when I'm sitting down, the pedals are too far away, so I just built a little stand. And that's it. That's that little corner here. And then as far as, I've got a monitor here so I can see the chat, and I can monitor the screen here. And that's like right in front of me. And then I have a camera there. Got a camera over here. And this is where the cell phone goes, but normally I have another camera here. And then I have one by my belly pointing in here. So when I'm doing scroll saw cutting, I have one of my face and then 3 of the saw. So when I record with OBS, I record all 4 streams at once, and then when I go back, I can edit full screen. I'm using a plugin with OBS to do that. The other 2 cameras right now are hanging out right there on the recording computer. You know it's good when it's got, you know, a glass side panel. Yeah, so that's on a stand, so I can get it pretty close to my face. And then when I'm not using it, I can push it back. And then I just got a couple lights up top just to help out. And this whole stand here is a French cleat. So if I wanted to, let's say I wanted to film something in this corner here, and I didn't want all the stuff on here, I can take this board off, and then each French cleat, each arm will remove, so I can remove all the stuff pretty quickly. And then next to it I have a dry erase board. Because you need dry erase boards, right? I have another dry erase board. I'm a big fan. When in doubt, buy a dry erase board. So yeah, I'm just watching the stream. And then right now I'm just using an older Samsung phone. This is the phone I got stuck with, where they wouldn't take it back when I canceled at T-Mobile. Their internet didn't work here, and I put up with it for too long. So the contract, so I paid $100 for this phone, so I have to use it. I said 180. So very frustrating. I don't know if JD Powers is going to be happy with my review. All right. Yeah, so we got a little corner with some inexpensive tools in it. I do have a old 16-inch Craftsman saw here. That's not that old, it's just pretty bad. I call it Old Rusty. I did make a video of me cleaning the rust off it. So. So the whole idea was have, tools that, I don't want people saying, oh, well, I could do that too if I had a $1,000 saw or, There's too many videos on YouTube where people have, very expensive tooling and, hey, look what I can do. Well, yeah, I could do that too. Yeah, I got an old Craftsman. It's a 16-inch. It's got a very large hole around the blade, which I refer to as the pit of despair. Because if you're making any little thing, it wants to fall in there. Oh, it was after Sears pretty much filed for bankruptcy, and everybody started carrying Craftsman tools. What happened was my Delta saw died on me, and they didn't have a replacement in this town or the next town over, so I bought the Craftsman as a backup. It works. It's just it's not machined well. It was made to be cheap. Make it just a little bit bigger. Hello, JJE. Welcome in. How's it going? Hey, Jack. So some of these, the ones that are 5/8, I'm going to laser engrave on the top of them. So, like barbed wire. Most of them, I call these Turkish delights. So they have a Turkish motif that repeats on them. So these I make with my X-Tool F1. So it actually has a probe that scans the height of whatever you put in it. So you tell it and it'll probe, so it'll know the curvature. And then when it laser engraves, let's say this is the laser, it will follow that curve when it's laser engraving to keep everything in focus. It's kind of the pain in the butt to set up and get dialed in. So, you know, I will be doing, you know, at least a dozen at once. It's not worth setting up, spending, you know, a half hour fighting with it to do one. So. Alright, well, I have to use the restroom, so I'm going to have Vicky come in here. So if you have any questions for Vicky, she'll be more than happy to answer them.
Yeah, I could try.
It's a lot about the operator.
Yeah. Whew, that's a little easier to see. Looking at the cell phone, I'm like, the words are tiny.
Yeah, you have to look at the monitor. The cell phone poops out and it doesn't show the
Right. Oh. Okay, so I grabbed a gosh, I can't even think what this is. A unicorn. So we have a box full of toys, you know, because we always print a bunch of toys to take to the show with us, so that the little kids have something to play with. But yeah, we've got like a banker's box full. And so Scott's been giving some of these away during the week. Our local library is just down the street from us, so it has a little box that you can put things in. You can take things. You can give things. Hello. So yeah, I decided that I was just going to do the 12 spindles that, oh, I was like, what are you doing? You're eating. Your blood sugar's dying. Your blood sugar's crashing. So we usually do, our goal for the day is usually to do like 12 spindles. So lay out 12 spindles, drill 12 holes, and sand 12 spindles, and then Scott usually cuts out 12 spindles. So I was over at the sanding and I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to do the minimum today. I usually do more, but are we trying to decipher?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have no
Having
idea
a rough
what that
time
says.
with
I don't know.
Hey, Sky, how's it going?
I'm
You've
guessing.
outsmarted Google Lens.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Come on. It's what they said. They said, come on. Must be Eileen.
So, oh wow. Did you finish all the apex? Wow. So I'm gonna have lots more to sand. So I saw that he had taken you guys on a little tour of the shop, and he was showing all the spindles that are laid out on the wooden table that we have over there. So yeah, I have enough sanding to do to last me probably 2 weeks, if not more. So.
It's just in case I die, you'll be able to pay the rent for a month.
Right? And he always wants to make sure that I have more than enough to sand, that I don't run out of anything. And then, like our little, so these little pieces here are on the bottom of either the cutouts or the standards. So we always have a lot of little pieces left. So we put the little glider on this. So we've got hundreds of little gliders that he can always cut out. So
I don't think we got hundreds.
you don't think so? You think you probably...
That's it right there.
Seriously?
No. I've got sticks and
What
sticks
happened to
and
the other
sticks of
box?
them.
Oh, maybe you grabbed the other box. Huh. So apparently I have to get off my butt and start laying out more of the little spindles. So that he has a bunch. Because, yeah, I had like a couple of shoebox bowls. A couple of shoebox bowls. Is that even a word? All right. Oh, there they are. I'm going to go back to my computer. Probably cut out some patterns.
Drill some holes.
That's where they are. Holy moly.
So to put things in perspective,
Damn.
we've got quite a few of these. So
So now instead of you having a lot to cut out, I have a lot to sand.
yeah, I got a lot of shafts to make. Can I put those back?
You can put those back.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, I see you grabbed a toy. Look at that. We both grabbed
I
a
did.
white toy.
At least for a few days of dancing, I'm
That's
sure.
kind of funny.
You want to go put patterns on her? Get your own, Vicky.
Right? He always says that. That's always the,
I got more.
There's more? Yeah, there's always more. Yeah, so, and then there's the whole sanding. Yeah, I kind of got that. Right? Few days. But no, the nice thing is that at least the staging area for those spindles, it's like if we are getting ready for a show, we can have, 500 to however many, spindles ready to sand. And then if we decide in a, day that we want to spend all day sanding, then we can knock out.
I do have my own sanding station as well. When I showed you the sander that my grandfather had, that's my sanding station. So we can both sand at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've probably put out, I think the most I've sanded in one day is like 60, and that's a lot. It's a lot of spindles. And then by then I'm usually like, okay, no more sanding for me for a couple of days because I'm tired of it.
Well, I thought you knew that. I'm a private dancer. A dancer for money.
I'm gonna go back to my...
Yeah, I'll get back to work too. I just called myself a prostitute, by the way. All right. Get some music going. Ooh. A little Beastie Boys will help. All right, guys, welcome in. We are cutting out some spindles. This one's hard maple. We're using a number 5 blade. The couple that sand together get dusty together. That's very true. Yeah, so Vicky has her own dust extractor, and then I have one as well. So she's got one of the portable ones, and then I got a big one in the other room. Actually, I don't think I ever showed you guys the dust extractors. Not that it matters. Yeah, so standing station. she's got that vent or whatever there, and then she has her, it's a little one, but it does a good job for her. So I put it on some pads so it doesn't vibrate the floor too much. And then mine, I've got this garage door that comes down. So this room is not very organized right now. I need to clean it, but yeah, there's my dust extractor here. So the lathe pretty much fills that up. And then I keep that down just to keep the noise down. But when I'm planing, I'll raise the garage door and then I can send everything all the way through. And then I got the floor sweep there. And then this hose here goes to either the planer or the drum sander. And I actually 3D printed these blast gates. And I really prefer them to the ones that I bought in the store. So big thumbs up to whoever designed the blast gates. Alright, let's get back to work. Hello. Your kids don't want me to go back to woodworking? They think the dust collection is not good enough? Well, if you wear a dust mask and I mean, neither of us are spring chickens, I mean, dust collection is hard. I also, oh, dang it, I got it, right now I have it plugged off. But yeah, I could turn that on and that goes to outside. So that actually, it does clear the air pretty quick. It does circulate pretty quick. So I can get in here. It's not really going to show you anything. But yeah, that goes to the ceiling, and then it's got a fan up there. There's a remnants of another one here that they don't have wired up anymore, but that's, it's got like the bells. You see them on like lots of buildings. So if I'm blowing stuff out, I will take the piece of foam out and then just suck all the air out into the atmosphere. Your daughter was with you at the doctor, and the doctor said any dust and such can make me, could take me out. Yeah, so you might want to wear like a respirator if you're working. Well, when you're on the lathe, you're making primarily chips. You're not making a lot of dust. Hello. Yeah, I've got a 3M one that I don't think it was too bad at all. Or you could look into getting one of those suits, the wood turner suits, with the mask, but those aren't cheap. With built-in respirator, the air supply. I haven't even priced them. I couldn't imagine. They just look expensive. But it would have been great to have during COVID. A little bit bigger. Yeah, it's pretty pricey. But if it lets you make, 10 spindles, you're golden then, right? Yeah, I gotta order some of the polar blades from Pegasus. Give those a try. Normally I do the ultra reverse. I'm out of number 7s for the Pegasus blades. The ultra reverse I'm out of. Need to place an order with Bear Woods. Although these super sharps are doing a great job on this hard maple. They're not a reverse tooth blade, so you are going to get a little fuzz on them. Yeah, I've been working on my extraction on the lathe. Yeah, it's working pretty good for the fine dust. Oh yeah, it's not a big deal. It's nice not to have it, but it's not a big deal. On my other side, just got a piece of sandpaper sitting there. 2 seconds. Whack, whack, done. And one of my upstairs neighbors in the shop moved out. And it's amazing. I can actually have people in here now. The people who live in the front apartment above the shop here. Oh my God. I don't know if they were related to Bob Marley, Cheech and Chong, or what, but they just did not care. And yeah. You can't really have people in your shop and, oh yeah, hey, welcome in. Sorry, my whole workshop smells like dope. But what are you gonna do? Hello, how's it going? In the winter, it got bad. When it started getting nicer, they at least opened a window. But I mean, it's an old building, so not really a good way of, being discreet at all. Stinking up my shop. And it was always really super hard to find parking. Because at one apartment was up to, well, normally it was like 3 to 4 cars. But they'd have people over. And next thing you know, there's just no parking on the street. So now we got ample parking, day or night. Everything's coming up Millhouse. I'm gonna yell, so. What brand is this machine and how much does it cost? This machine here is a Bauer scroll saw. It's from Harbor Freight. When I bought it, it was around $250 US. And high. So it's a relatively inexpensive machine. It's coming out of the same factory as Brycon's $550 saw. They're very, very, very similar. Yeah, not a problem. So, for its price, it's an amazing saw. next week, I'll be setting up the laser engraver to laser engrave the tops of these. And we'll put some really intricate designs on. Should be pretty sweet. So I really do prefer the paper patterns to cut. You know, I could have a template and then trace it with a pencil and then cut the pencil lines out. But by doing it this way, I think I'm more accurate. By putting painter's tape down first and then gluing the pattern to the top. The painter's tape actually helps lubricate the blade. So the blades will last a little bit longer. Granted, painter's tape is not cheap. You can use masking tape, packing tape, whatever, but I prefer the blue painter's tape because it's easy to see. Sometimes with this wood, masking tape will just blend in. All right, so let's see. Sister Maid says, that brings up another thought. I have a Rikon lathe and a Bauer that you bought at the same time, about the same time. You definitely see a big difference between them. Can you say there's a big difference between scroll saws? Honestly, you know, between the $250 Bauer and the $1,000 Pegas, there's not much of a difference in the feeling of cutting. Obviously, the Pegas is more refined. You know, it's a little smoother. You know, when I do my video this weekend, I'm going to put on the Pegas heads on this. And then it's going to be very negligible. You know, this one definitely, there's a little bit more vibration in it. But it's a quarter of the price. You know, this is wide open. You know, I was saying, you know, I normally run it, you know, about 7 or 8. And then there's not much vibration at all. Wide open, there's a little bit. It's not bad. Longevity, who knows? Do you have a Rikon scroll saw? I do not. The current scroll saws I have in my possession as of the moment is I've got the 21-inch Pegas, the 22-inch Bauer. I got a 16-inch Craftsman in here, and then I've got a Delta that the bearings are going on. Yeah, you very seldom need to run it at full speed. You know, at full speed on the Pegas, it's a little smoother, but I mean, this honestly is not a bad saw. Am I going to keep my Pegas? Oh yeah. It doesn't feel like an inexpensive saw. That's the big thing to me. You know, the clamp itself, you know, it's very primitive. I mean, it's just a block that can wiggle all over the place. You know, it's nothing fancy, you know. But, you know, once you put the cam on it, locks it right in place. I mean, you know, like I said, it's basically the same saw as the new Rikon. And you don't see people complaining about that saw, and they spent, you know, twice as much money on it. I mean, it's got a little dust shroud in the front so you can hook up a vacuum cleaner. Is that worth $200 extra dollars? Well, actually, $300 extra dollars? I don't know. You know, the only big downfall for this saw is that when you raise the blade up, when you raise the arm up, it's got a pin in the back. And you have to pull the pin out in order to lower this. You could just take the pin out, you can unscrew it, and then it'd be like every other DeWalt or Delta saw that doesn't have a lock. I decided to design a little lever to take it off, so it's not even an issue anymore. I mean, it's there. That's the only big qualm people have, is that pin in the back. Yep, there you go. You know, I prefer this over the DeWalt just because of the rack and pinion tilting system. Because I was always bad about setting stuff on the table, and you know, over time it would just go out of square on me, which would drive me nuts. And this thing is just like smooth. I don't have to wax it. So it's like a lifter kit, like the lifter kit, except we're placed different. Yeah, it's a different... Yeah, it's the same, but it's different. You know, the lifter kit for the DeWalt has a whole bunch of huge springs and stuff to hold it up. Where this doesn't. This just actuates a pin that's already on the saw. And with the lifter kit, you know, it'd be... You know, your blade would break and boop, it'd jump up in the air. And then you had, you know, a broken blade here just saying, hey, tattoo me. So, yeah. Similar but different. Yeah, I had the lifter dealio back in the day. For my DeWalt. So very much influenced by that. But that's why I made a video showing you how to make your own. And I'm not trying to market or sell it. Boy, I'm cutting pretty good. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm wide open here. That's where I normally run. You know, my big thing is I hear ya. I really want the Pegasus bandsaw. The scroller bandsaw. But I'm not paying the price for that. Hey Connie, how's it going? Why? What do you see in the Pegasus bandsaw? You know, it uses very, very thin blades. So it's basically using like squirrel saw blade thickness. So you'd be able to get the detail and you wouldn't have to press as hard. So we are making Turkish drop spindles today. So these are the mini ones. So we're cutting out the arms. This is what they look like when they're assembled. This one isn't sanded. Yeah, this is what we used to make yarn. I think it would cut much faster. You know, you can't do the internal cuts, but you could cut out the arms really, really quick. And the blade's so small, you're going to get a decent finish on it. But the blades are like super expensive. And the holders are specific for the blade. So you can't, you know, if you get a number 7 blade, you can't put a number 5 blade in without changing the tension rollers because they're machined to fit exactly into that blade. But that blade is so thin, you can make like pretty decent size bandsaw boxes with it. But my fear, it's one of those things that, yeah, it's been around a while, but is it going to be around forever? I don't think Pegasus is going out of business anytime soon, but they're the only one who makes that blade. Yeah, it would just be quicker to cut things out. Of course, it'd also be much easier to cut your finger off with it too. Just saying. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, I've seen I've seen a few videos with it in. Seems to work okay. Yeah, but I don't remember the price of it. But I know it's not cheap. And it's one of those things you have to special order. They don't keep them in stock. Yeah. I'm not jumping out to buy that right away. So that is my Rikon bandsaw. You know, made by QD KYOHO. Kyoho brand. So yeah, Rikon does not make their own tools. They have other companies make them, which is pretty standard. If you got the money, you just go to a manufacturer and tell them this is what you want, and they make it for you. And they'll make it for the next business and the business after that. The little Rikon, well, I have a resaw blade on it. It's kind of a remnant when I was working out of a bedroom when I had very limited space. I have a resaw blade on it, and yeah, I basically just resaw small pieces with it. I'm not doing any, squirrel saw type work on it. But yeah, it's all right. I had a fight with it for quite a while. It was not coplanar when I got it, so the wheels weren't exactly lined up. So it took a long time and a lot of adjustments to get the blade to run true. It's not their base model, it's the one above it. So it has a better so yeah, it's got a better guide to it. I mean, it's all right. But yeah, that's the biggest blade it will hold. But I can't open the door because I have a pinup of Betty Page in there. Let me. So yeah, you got to do that with your bandsaws. You got to put a pinup in them or a centerfold. So prior to, well, a couple jobs ago, I used to work at Quad Graphics, which is a bindery, so we make magazines. And I worked there in the 90s, back when, Playboy made magazines, and we made Playboy. So the inside in the machinist's office, in their, the maintenance department, their bandsaw always had a centerfold in it. So I kind of decided you got to put a centerfold in them. Yeah, it does work all right with a small blade as well. I made some videos cutting out 2x4 ducks with a smaller blade, and yeah, it works good. The big thing is the guides on them, they just use skateboard bearings to hold the blade in rather than having blocks. And I have a whole bunch of really cheap skateboard bearings. Oh, I got a whole bag full of them. So they're not sealed. So I blow them out, but I do have to replace them quite often when I'm using it a lot. If I would go out and get some sealed bearings, it'd last a lot longer, but I don't know, it takes like 10 minutes to change them all out, so. I'm using what I have right now. it served me well. It did what it needed to do for me, but now it's a little bit undersized. Yeah, so typically what I would do is I'd buy a, 8/4 inch hard maple, and then I would cut it down into square stock and then turn all the shafts out of it. So it did a lot of cutting out shaft material. But I just buy oversized doweling now. I'm gonna yell, "Hey babe! Icky Vicky on you?" I'll be right back. Hey, honey. All right. So Vicky's going to drill some holes for us. Yeah, so I used to be a big fan of Rikon, but I've had some issues and they kind of didn't get back to me on some of the issues. So I am pretty much thank you. Yeah, so I'm currently not buying anything that's Rikon anymore. Right. Oh, I could see that. Then you could just leave the resaw blade on the jet and then just go to something else to do little stuff with. Definitely. Yeah. Eventually, when I get a larger bandsaw, I'm going to keep that one and put a tiny blade on it too. Just for little shit. Yep. And I have 220 in the shop, so I could get a big saw. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. Five, 4 or 5. I'm good. All right. Okay. I can't really hear her. But we'll keep that between us. You're not thrilled with your Rikon lathe? Yeah. Well, my Rikon, I have the MIDI size, and it was, when I bought it, it was one of the newer ones, and I just had a rough time with the speed counter on it, I replaced it several times. And then when I went to replace it, I think the third time, the connection changed. So I couldn't plug it in. So I got a hold of Rycon, and I'm like, oh. And I when I was taking it apart, I noticed that the pulley on the top, where you change the size, the casting was bad, and there's a big hole in it. So I ordered a new one of those. And they sent me my stuff, and they didn't send me that part. And I had to go round and around with them that they did not send me that part. And I'm like, it wouldn't even fit in the box you guys sent me. And then it was like, oh, we'll get back to you. It was a week later. They got back to me like, okay, yeah, we'll ship it out to you. I'm like, can I get like priority shipping on that? Well, no. I'm like, I paid for it at this point in time. It was like 3 weeks. I'm like, are you kidding me? So yeah, that's why I'm not really buying Rycon stuff anymore. But yeah, I mean, and then it's the first one I bought would not run in forward. It would only run in reverse. So they sent me out a new control box for it. I put the new control box in it. Did the same damn thing. Brand new lathe. They ended up having me. They sent me a new one, and then I had to, because I didn't have the original box. So they sent me a new one, which is great. And then I had to package it and put it in the original box on a pallet and take it to FedEx away. So I did that. And then I still had issues with the lathe after that. So it is functioning right now. I had all of a sudden I started having electrical issues with it where it was phasing real bad. And I said, screw it, I got a new one. I went out and bought a different lathe. And then I realized the outlet was bad. So it's functional. I have it here. It's in the shop. I don't have a stand for it. But I'm not in a big rush to get that running. Yeah. It was, and then, that connecting thing, oh yeah, we'll send that off to the engineers. And they never called back after that. Not a big deal. I was able to grab a multimeter and track down the wires were all different colors. So I had to figure out what went where. So I did troubleshoot it and I did fix it, but no help. If you guys are big Rycon fans, it's great. I'm just not. What's that?
I'm gonna have to cut this one off. The board is too heavy, and it moved on me. I'm like, hopefully I can save that one.
Oh, it's bad anyway.
Oh yeah, that's why I didn't lay it. Oh, is it bad on the top too?
You want me to cut this off so you can drill it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to save it. It might be bad.
It might be bad, but we'll see. Let me just finish cutting this one out, okay? Because I'm almost done. Ooh. So this is Coco Bolo with red heart in the middle. Oh, that's pretty. This is a rest drill.
The bottom ones are, or the side.
Okay, so you want me to cut it? I'm sorry, I thought it was only that one. Here, I'll cut it again. Thank you. Right. You gotta jury rig it, it's just what life's all about. And the frustrating point, is like, I'm the only person in the world that ever bought one of the first ones, and then When it comes to upgrade, it doesn't work, and then, oh, I guess you could fix it. All right, we're getting got about a half hour left. We gotta go to Walmart and get some kitty treats. The cats, we haven't had kitty treats for like 3 days, and the cats are just freaking mad at us. They'll meow and walk over to the cupboard where the kitty treats are supposed to be. Do they request certain favorites? Yes, they do. So I buy Temptation. I buy the dry treats, and then we also get the tubes. And the tubes, I'll get several different flavors, and then I call it mayonnaise because it looks like disgusting mayonnaise. And we don't feed them, out of the tube. I have pieces of paper that I squeeze it out on because they have to share one. So I put on 2 pieces of paper. But anyway, if I have like chicken and salmon, I will set them aside and then they will pick which one they're going to get. They're not overly picky. We have not come across a treat they will not eat, but I think the worst part is when Luna, the little girl, starts meowing. Jordy thinks it's time for treats too, so he'll come up there, and he's huge. And yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much. That's fine.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You never tried the licky kinds? Your cats will only eat the Temptations with the green package. Yeah, ours are okay with the Temptations in the blue and the yellow. Yeah, the licky kind, oh my god, that's like crack to them. You shake the normal treats and they come running. If I just mention mayonnaise, they come running. It's a Bauer. This is the Harbor Freight squirrel stuff. Aw. Nice. That's an old kitty. Yeah, I was thinking about getting some buttons, but it seemed like work. Yeah, the Bauer scroll saw that I'm using, it was a very nice saw for starting out. I'm guessing this will probably be people's second saw, where they're going to buy a $100 Wen and just get so frustrated with it that they're going to something a little better. Yeah. Yeah, they're cute. I'm not going to tell them this, but we're considering getting a cat for the shop. This is Jordy inspecting my neuropathy on my feet. Because everybody needs a foot for a pillow. And do I have a picture of Luna? Yeah, they're the kitty cats. So I'm just sitting here scrolling through my pictures. I guess I don't have anything naughty in here. Yeah. Handsome boy. Alright, back to cutting. Today feels like such a cheat day. I haven't been on the lathe at all today. I have to see if I've got a long enough HDMI cable to get to the television by the lathe, so I can stream from the lathe. Hello! But I couldn't even guess how many arm assembly... Oh my god. It's in the tens of thousands. It just doesn't stop. It's okay. I like my job. I like my job. So we got a piece of walnut here. We got a standard. We'll cut that out. Oh, just today? Oh my god. I could count. Probably 40? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Then I have those two other boards. Now I'm curious. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 43. But I've been talking a lot too and walking around. And I spent quite a few hours this morning laser engraving too. And cleaning. So behind me is where I normally film videos from, like the introductions and stuff. Well, I had a inflatable mattress on the floor there. It's the tallest inflatable mattress I've ever seen. But yeah, lately I've been feeling a little bit down, so we've been like napping quite a bit. But I tore it down today and cleaned everything up. And naps are important. I mean, it takes 10 minutes to inflate it, so it's not a big deal. Hello, Fairy Lane Boy. We are making Turkish spindles today that are used to spin yarn. So, people have been using drop spindles since at least Neolithic times to make yarn. It would not look like this. But yeah, it's one of the earliest simple machines. It's basically a flywheel and a shaft. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm rushing. I'm kind of enjoying today. I find for myself, if like, oh, I gotta make a whole bunch, that just kind of, you start rushing, you start making mistakes, and then you start getting mad, and it's not worth it. You can't hear, but I'm just listening to music, Like, yes, exactly. So, that's what we're making. So, I'm not making the shafts today, but I do make the shafts. Be more safe. Oliver, how could I do that? Your fingers are very close to the blade and you're making it work. These blades will give you a band-aid injury. They're not going to cut your fingers off. So the worst case scenario is I go, oof, and I go and put a band-aid on it and a finger cut. So like a bandsaw, the blade is moving in one motion. It's always pushing down. You can easily cut your finger off with that, but this, yeah, not too bad. You cut into your thumb with them, and you're still alive, right? Yeah. It's a pretty safe tool. My kids, I started my kids out on these when they were like maybe 9 or 10. And then by the time they were like 12, they had open reign. They could use it whenever they wanted to. All right, now we're going to dive into this Coco Bolo with the red heart in the middle. This stuff's gorgeous. Took forever to heal. Yeah, I usually nick myself usually twice a year. Usually it's the thumb, because usually I'm cutting something and then like the wood will break and then I'll nip myself a little bit. It was an 1/8-inch blade. Yeah, this blade is much, much finer than that. Yeah, actually, I'm using a number 5 blade. So, if you look at it. Am I pushing a pedal to make it go? Yes, I am. Now, they do have power switches on them. So you can use this switch to turn it on and off. But there's only so many clicks in a switch. So I have it hooked up to a foot pedal. So I click the pedal once, and then I click it a second time to shut it off. So using the foot pedal saves that switch, and it lets you have 2 hands on your workpiece. Oh, this Coco Bolo smells wonderful. Very floral. My mill hasn't had Coco Bolo, I would say, for the last 6 months. So this is some of the pieces I glued together to make it thicker. Hopefully they'll get some Coco Bolo eventually, otherwise I might have to go to a different mill. It's one of my favorite rosewoods. Yep, I have a good 166. What's it too big on the side for? This is air. It just makes there's a little bellows in there, and it just makes enough air just to blow the dust away from the saw blade. It just helps you see what you're cutting. I have been using a scroll saw since 1987. I've been doing production work since about 2009. And I've been doing this professionally for... This is my 11th year. So with this channel, I'm trying to give back a little bit. I'm doing a bunch of introductory beginner scroll saw videos, project videos, so you can make stuff. Hey, welcome back. Hey, hi, how's it going, Jose? It might not be you, it might be somebody else. I'm sure you're not the only Jose Garcia out there. I'm not even the only Scott Snyder out there. comic book nerds get all excited, and I'm a different Scott Snyder. Here you go. Yeah, once that's sanded, it's gonna be gorgeous. All right, got about 12 minutes left. Let's get another couple cut out. Now, you know, the big thing is find your niche. Find what you enjoy, what you love, your passion. And then working isn't so bad. Right, now we're going to cut a mortise in the top. Well, in the side of the arm. You know, that's the nice thing about scroll saws is you can make internal cuts. Yep, so I do plan on live streaming a little bit tomorrow. We do have packaging in the morning. I'll probably be on the lathe most of the day. So, kind of depends on if I get my setup to be able to see the chat. For some reason, the chat just locks up on it. I don't know if I can clear it at all. The only way I can reset it is to shut it off, and I don't want to do that. Alright, let me switch over the laser engraver, and then, not the laser engraver, the 3D printers. I think we're just about done for today. Maybe we can get one more cut out. And I'd like to apologize, the shop is a mess. I understand it's a mess. So I'm just reprinting. There we go. This printer here, I am going to shut off for the night. Come over here, we'll check out the dragon. It's getting there. It's got a head now. I'm not updating firmware when I'm printing. Come over here. This is a nitty knotty, a 1 yard nitty knotty. That's done. We'll do another yellow one. Just tell them to print again. We don't need a time lapse. And we should be in slot 4. There we go. God, it looks like there's a Viking fan in here. Alright, I think we can cut one more out. So Rage Against the Machine is playing in my ear. And it's Killing in the Name of. So it's probably a good thing that you can't hear it. Apparently he's not going to do what you tell him. I'm trying to think, is it, he says the F word, what, 35 times in this song? Now it's playing Silverchair. It just blows my mind that these kids were like 15 when they recorded Frog Stomp. So I was talking to some of my Australian fiber friends, and they had a much longer career in Australia, which is good to hear. Because here, you know, in the 90s, Frog Stomp was huge, and then that was kind of it. Hello, how's it going, Sylvie? Yeah, we're just about done. We got like 6 minutes left in the stream. So, another interesting Australian thing. So, AC/DC is from Australia, but they don't call them AC/DC in Australia. They call them Akadaka. Ladies and gentlemen, Akadaka. I know, you've been thunderstruck, right? Akadaka. Love it. Yep, so my day job, I run Snyder Spindles. So, in a very different circle, I am kind of, I'm known. So I do like podcasts and stuff with fiber people from all over the place. It usually goes off the rails pretty quick. Because I'm never there to sell something. I don't have, you know, like, a good interviewer is there to sell something, and I'm not. I'm just there to hang out. As far as live streaming goes, I don't really have a set schedule as of right now. If you like hanging out with me, your best bet would be to subscribe. And click the bell to get notifications so you know when I come on. This is a scroll saw. This is a the Bauer 22-inch scroll saw from Harbor Freight. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome in. Unfortunately, we're just at the end of the stream. I've been streaming for 4 hours. The girlfriend's ready to go home. If I play my cards right, I might end up with Taco Bell tonight. If I play the cards wrong, I might have Taco Bell tonight too. Eggs were $1.99 at Aldi a couple days ago. I do not. I do not speak Arabic. Unfortunately, I only speak English. Our high school had Spanish and French. And, you know, clearly living in America, the obvious choice was to take French. So I think we have to blame America's educational system. So. All right, guys. I'd like to thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. We did get 40-some spindles cut out, so I think we did good. All right. Yeah. Have a good day, guys, and I will catch you guys next time. Have a great day. And remember to spin fast so you can die warm.